Deputy City Clerk, can you please pull this slide and make the Spanish announcement?
Yes, this is the Spanish interpreter. I'll start.
Thank you. Oh, hold on 1 second, Claudia.
Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to ask the interpreter currently on the Spanish channel to commence interpretation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live interpretation in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you are on your cell phone or tablet, locate the 3 dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish interpretation. Claudia, please go ahead and restate this in Spanish.
Yes, thank you. Sí, buenas tardes a todos, bienvenidos. Los servicios de interpretación en español van a estar disponibles de una manera simultánea para toda esta junta. Para poder activar ese servicio en unos momentos, ustedes van a notar un símbolo de mundo o un globo terráqueo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si pueden hacer un clic, se les va a proporcionar la opción de inglés y español. A favor de elegir el idioma español, inmediatamente pueden escuchar la junta en español. Ahora, si ustedes están teniendo acceso a esta junta por medio de su celular o una tableta, en la parte superior a mano derecha o inferior van a notar que hay 3 puntos. Abajo de ellos van a notar la palabra que dice más o more. Favor de hacer un clic y de nuevo se les va a lanzar el globo terráqueo. Pueden hacer otro clic y se les da la opción de nuevo de elegir el idioma inglés o español. Favor de elegir español y también pueden silenciar el idioma que se escucha originalmente en la junta. Y inmediatamente pueden escuchar esta junta de una manera simultánea. Cualquier duda que tengan, nosotros estamos a sus órdenes. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Welcome everyone to our Santa Rosa City Council meeting. Today is the 24th of September and we'll be starting our meeting. Seeing a quorum, Madam City Clerk, may you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember, I'm sorry, I'm having a technological challenge here. Councilmember Chris Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke?
Here.
Councilmember McDonald?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here, I'll be using AB 2449. This is the moment to read that.
Yes, we do need to have you, let me finish roll call and then you will need to have your camera on. Councilmember Fleming is present. Councilmember Alvarez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Here.
And Mayor Rogers?
Present.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Chris Rogers.
Thank you. Moving on to item 2, which is remote participation under AB 2449. Councilmember Fleming has identified a need for remote participation under AB 2449 for this council meeting. Councilmember Fleming, can you please provide your related statement?
Yes, thank you. I will be attending this meeting remotely under AB 2449 under the Just Cause provision of AB 2449 due to a physical medical condition which makes me unable to attend in person. I will participate with both audio and video turned on throughout the meeting. In this room, I am accompanied by no one over the age of 18.
Thank you. The Just Cause provision requires no additional action by council, but does require public comment to be taken via Zoom if a council member participates remotely. Throughout today's agenda, at each time, we will take public comment in person, then look for hands raised in Zoom. Madam City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment on item 2?
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comments on item 2 under the Just Cause provision of AB 2449. There is no one in council chamber. Therefore, no public comments from chamber. I will look and ask anyone wishing to provide public comment via Zoom to raise their hands on item 2. I do see a public comment on item 2, a hand raised. Deputy City Clerk, can you please facilitate?
The hand has gone down. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment via Zoom? I am seeing no hands raised at this time.
Thank you, Deputy City Clerk. Mayor, there are no public comments on item 2.
Thank you. Moving on to item 3, announcement of our closed session items. We have 2 closed session items for today. Item 3.1, conference with real property negotiators, and item 3.2, conference with labor negotiators. Madam City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment on these items?
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comments on item 3. If you're in the chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium, although there is no one in chamber at this time. So I will turn it over to the Zoom host. If you're participating via Zoom and wish to make a public comment, please raise your hand on item 3. And Deputy City Clerk, I'll turn it over to you to facilitate public comment via Zoom.
Thank you. I'm seeing one hand raised. Sam, I'm asking you to I've given you permissions to talk. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Yeah, awesome. This is Sam Hull, Firefighters Union, Local 1401. Thank you for allowing me to comment by Zoom. I'm just commenting to say that, as you guys all know, we're still out of contract. We're very open to hearing what comes out of closed session today. My phone's on. We've been trying to do some work over the last few weeks, looking at other bargaining units, how the city was able to come to agreement with other bargaining units, using publicly available staff notes and redlined MOUs from the July 9th meeting. What we're seeing in most of those MOUs is that most of the city units were offered 744 with an additional up to 5% depending on survey. So this is a value that's considerably over 15% over 3 years. That option was not given to us. While we're not negotiating here in council, we do think that those equity considerations obviously have some effect on how we perceive the offers that are out there and how the negotiations go forward. Looking at other safety units, we're seeing safety units that have gotten a 12% raise plus an additional 5% step, plus longevity pay, plus shift differentials, plus additional uniform allowance. And so these are all complex issues. They all require complex costing. We've asked to meet with the city to cost these items. We're just firefighters. We've gotten pretty good at math over the last few months, but just prima facie, on its face, it looks like even the other safety units got significantly more than 15%. If we're in error in that, we certainly haven't been able to meet with the city to show where we are in error. So all that to say, we're not being unreasonable. We want to be treated fairly as other people in the city have been treated. And when that happens, we're 100% willing to come to the table. And hope you guys just keep that in mind and hope to hear from you. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm seeing no additional hands raised for public comment on this item.
Thank you. We will now recess into closed session. Welcome back, everyone, to our September 24th, 2024 Santa Rosa City Council meeting. It is now 4:07, and we will be resuming our meeting. Seeing a quorum, Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Rogers is absent today. Councilmember Okrepke?
Here.
Councilmember McDonald? Here. Councilmember Fleming is now absent. Councilmember Alvarez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Here.
Mayor Rogers?
Present.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of council members Fleming and Chris Rogers.
Thank you very much. I'd like to do a few reminders. One is 13.9 will be continued due to absence of a council member. And as Councilmember Fleming, we thought initially would be participating remotely. Under AB 2449, public comment will also be taken via Zoom. Throughout today's agenda, at each item, we will take public comment in person as well as via Zoom with hands raised. We'll now take public comment. No, good. Okay, now moving on to item 6, report on closed session. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. There was no reportable action taken in closed session.
Thank you very much. We will now facilitate public comment. Madam City Clerk.
We are now taking public comment on items 6. If you have public comment and have not yet provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If participating via Zoom and wishing to provide public comment, please raise your hand. Mayor, I'm seeing no hands raised via Zoom and no one approaching the podium.
Thank you very much. We will move on to item 7, which is our proclamation for today. And Councilmember McDonald has the honor of reading that proclamation, so I'll hand it over to her.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this honor. I'm excited to be able to present this proclamation today. Whereas since 2012, the Swain Center has created opportunities for young people with developmental disabilities that impair development of social emotional skills necessary to acquire pro-social abilities and volunteer in various community settings. And whereas these 24 volunteers ranging in age 12 to 22 years participate in a 2-week programs that focus on pro-social activities, where they engage in opportunities to add qualities to the community and understand their role and responsibility in community enrichment. And whereas these volunteers assume duties at Full Stride Therapeutic Riding, where they groomed and cared for and prepared food for horses that provide therapeutic services for up to 50 handicapped children and adults weekly. And whereas these volunteers participated in various tasks at the Redwood Empire Food Bank, where they handled and processed over 2,000 pounds of food for distribution to their food challenge neighbors living with food scarcity. And whereas these volunteers prepared 85 back-to-school bags for low-income and homeless families that are supported by Catholic Charities of Sonoma County. And whereas these volunteers made contributions at Sonoma Water by supporting river conservation efforts through tasks intended to preserve and improve local river ecosystems. And whereas these volunteers toured and engaged in hands-on working of Xana Flower Farms to pick, process, and arrange flowers for delivery of residents to Brookdale Assisted Living, bringing them joy and happiness. Now, therefore, be it resolved that our Mayor, Natalie Rogers, of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, in recognition of our community, do hereby recognize the Social Skills Program, Let's Adapt. Congratulations.
I would like to ask the representative that will be receiving this proclamation today, if you can please go to the podium to give a comment. After which, Madam City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment on this item? And while we're getting the podium ready, I would just like to thank all the volunteers for your service to our community. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you all so much for recognizing this program. My name is Dr. Swain. I am the Swain Center with my remarkable staff, and I want to recognize the group of individuals that served so selflessly for 2 weeks in adding enrichment to our community. So it's a great pleasure and an honor to be recognized, and we thank you very much.
Thank you. We are now taking public comment on item 7.1. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not yet provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom and would like to provide public comment, please raise your hand. This is for item 7.1. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for the public record if you choose to do so. Mayor, I'm seeing no hands raised via Zoom and no one in the room approaching the podium for public comment on 7.1.
Thank you. Before we ask everyone to come down and take a photo with the council, something just occurred to me, and I think that it often goes unsaid. I want to thank all the volunteer support system, which is if you are a family member or whoever you are to the volunteer, thank you for driving them there. Thank you for also volunteering. I mean, everything that you guys do to support them to do the hard work that they're doing in the community. So thank you very much for your service to the community. And with that, if you would like to come on down, you can take a picture with the council. That would be all the volunteers. Oh, wait, hold on. Vice Mayor had a great point. If you guys can stand up where you're at and we can kind of go in the center, then we will come to you so everyone can be seen in the picture. Thank you. We have no staff briefings for today, so moving on to item 9, which is our city manager and city attorney's report, and we'll hand it over to the city manager's office.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 4 announcements. On this upcoming Saturday, we will be hosting the Santa Rosa Reuse Bazaar in partnership with Recology, Sonoma Marin, Conservation Corps, North Bay, the Reuse Alliance, and the Zero Waste event will take place in the Finley parking lot on Saturday between 9 a.m. and noon is when you can bring lightly used books, furniture, sports equipment, or clothing And from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., residents are encouraged to shop all the donated items free of charge. And the reuse bazaar helps divert items away from landfills, obviously giving them a second life. And if you are seeking more information on the bazaar, feel free to visit the city's website at srcity.org/SR Reuse Bazaar. We also, there's a Sonoma County Transportation Authority community meeting, which is in partnership with the Sonoma County Transportation Authority. And that community meeting will be held on Wednesday, October 2nd at 6 p.m. And there will be conversations on the Highway 12 at Fulton Road feasibility study. Obviously, we're seeking community feedback, not just in the short term, but also the mid and long term impacts along the corridor. And for more information, you visit the city's website, srcity.org/HWY12 feasibility study. Third, the city will be hosting a boards, commissions, and committee recruitment workshop that will take place on Tuesday, October 1st from 5 to 6:30 p.m. right here at City Hall. The workshop will cover the roles and responsibilities of various city boards and commissions, the qualities that ideal candidates may possess, and walk each potential applicant through the application process. You also have an opportunity to hear directly from staff and to ask any questions that you may have. And we are asking that residents register for this workshop so we can get a head count. And if you'd like to register for that workshop, please email our city clerk at cityclerk@srcity.org. And finally, there's a Roseland Creek cleanup that will be taking place on Saturday, October 19th. 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And that is sponsored by the Hughes Avenue Neighborhood Association. Light refreshments will be served, and it looks like here is actually be a potluck luncheon from 3 to 5 p.m. And I believe Mr. DeWitt is with us if there's any other information that he'd like to provide during public comment. And with that, that ends my remarks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Assistant City Manager Dunstan, and we'll turn it over to Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The litigation report has been provided with the agenda materials. There were no settlements over $50,000 finalized in August. Our caseload remains constant. We have about 36 litigation matters. Many cases are currently in the discovery phase with trial dates assigned to most. If there are any questions, we do have our lead litigator, Mr. Abel, here in chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comments on item 9. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not yet provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to provide public comment on item 9. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium or are called upon via Zoom and your mic is unmuted, please state your name for the record if you choose to do so. Mr. DeWitt, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Thank you for calling out that little event for Roseland. But the handout that you were given was from 22 years ago. And I hope you'll keep that in mind because essentially that's how long we've been working on these things out there. And what we do is make a difference day on the 3rd Saturday of October. It'll be the same basic situation, but the handout you got today, if you'll check the date, it's 2002. 22 years ago, we were working hard on this whole idea of keeping that neighborhood nice. And thank you, Mr. Alvarez, and thank you, Assistant City Manager, for paying attention to us now.
Thank you, Mayor. I see no one else approaching the podiums and no hands raised via Zoom.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 10, statements of abstention by council members. Are there any abstentions that need to be made? Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be abstaining from 16.2 tonight due to a personal relationship.
We will now move on to council member and mayor's reports. Is Councilmember McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I'd like to report on a few different events that I was able to attend, as well as our VPP meeting last week. Aurora Memory Care is a longevity community run by doctors that specialize in senior wellness and memory care. They started groundbreaking this week and will be opening in 2025. Dr. Raj and Nisha Kaura are the doctors responsible and in charge of this care facility, so that residents will be able to not only have the medical professional care, but as well as dental care on site. Seniors that might need intervention and care will be able to live in the communities near their families, partners and spouses and their friends. And so I'm very excited on this about this opportunity that's going into Oakmont. I also attended the Lime Foundation event last week and just want to say thank you to all the work that the Lime Foundation does for workforce development, giving our youth an opportunity to have job skills to be able to move on with their lives. I met with a group of parents from Sequoia School for Safe Routes to School, and I want to say thank you to Dan Hennessy, Rob Sprinkle, and the team that came and met with these parents. They're going to be part of the design of Calistoga Road to make sure that it is a more bikeable and walkable road so that they can promote safe routes to school. So I want to say thank you to the staff that came, but there was a really large group of very engaged parents that were there, and I want to say thank you to all of them and the principal of the school for attending. We also had the Merit Awards, and I just want to say thank you to the Merit Award Committee, as well as congratulations to everybody who received an award. But I was able to present the award to Chad Hunt and Juan Chavez, who have started the Taco Tuesday. And I will admit that after 30 years, I finally bought a bike again and participated last Tuesday in Taco Tuesday. And it was so much fun, but I think what I want to get across to the community is that this is an age-friendly event. The way that they block the streets to promote safety, riding your bike through Santa Rosa over to Roseland to Mitote, and having tacos all together. It was such a great event. I had so much fun, and I was able to walk the next day. So it's a doable ride. If I can do it, everybody can do it. I guarantee you that. And then the last thing I want to be able to report out on is our violence prevention partnership met this last week, and we have some very exciting things coming up. One of them is our seminar that is a sold-out event for the second year in awards. So I want to say thank you to Danielle and the entire team for all that they've done to put this event on October 10th. Our keynote speaker is Eldra Jackson from Inside Circle, and there'll be 6 different breakout sessions that day offered to folks that are coming to that event. The choice grant cycle has been completed, and that's an item tonight for council to consider for approval. But I want to say thank you to everybody who applied for those grants. Everybody is worthy of receiving a grant, but we only have so many. But what I'm so excited about this year is that the grant recipients are actually fitting into our 5-year strategic plan to be able to identify what we need to achieve to support youth in the community. And so I want to thank staff for that shift and all the work that they've done to make sure that the goals of the city of Santa Rosa and what we want to achieve for youth is what we're actually funding. And so thank you to all of them. And really, we've had a huge participation in these meetings. They're being very well attended. So thank you to our partners and to everybody who continues to come and report out on what they're doing for kids in the community. And with that, that's the end of my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Okrepke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the 12th, I was able to speak at the Wildfire Summit put on by After the Fire USA. I spoke on federal advocacy for fire survivors and recovery. It was a great event attended by people from Maine to Maui on different items regarding recovery, preservation versus conservation of our wildlands, and keeping our community safe. Was able to spend a little bit of time with the mayor of Maui, which was a great opportunity to unfortunately share discuss our shared trauma and how we could help each other. Also on the 12th, I was able to attend the Santa Rosa Fire Department's badge pinning, which was a very cool event, as always, but this one especially because one of the people that was pinned is the future son-in-law of our former fire chief, and another is, to our knowledge, the first and only third generation Santa Rosa firefighter. The Ritchie family has a dedication to our community that is, I would say, unmatched over the years, with a grandfather, a father, an uncle, and now a brand new probationary firefighter. So it truly is a family affair here in Santa Rosa Fire. Also on the 12th that evening, I was a speaker at Santa Rosa YIMBY, which was a great time. Probably one of the most informal and direct conversations I've had about Santa Rosa policy, transportation, and housing. It was great. I apologize to my colleagues and any staff that now gets reached out to because they have a lot of questions and want to speak to a lot of people, whether it be transportation, housing, or policy. On the 14th, my family and I were able to attend Saturday in the Park. It was an event that was funded by a grant from the city of Santa Rosa to a community group in Coffee Park that put on I believe it was a 4-hour concert with live music, vendors, food, just a great overall community atmosphere. It was something that our community sorely needed and was great. A special shout out to Michelle Rahm and her husband Steve for organizing this and all of the volunteers for that event. It was fantastic. And then on the 17th, I was able to attend Sonoma County Tourism's meeting on a proposed convention center. It was great to see a little bit more detail of what they had in mind, funding opportunities, talk with their partner that has been hired. And it was a public meeting. It's been recorded. You can find it out there. And contrary to what may have been said in that meeting, downtown Santa Rosa is fantastic. It is doing great, and we're only getting better. And I will die on that hill. And then finally, on this past Friday, I was able to attend Up to Good, which was a fundraiser for United Policyholders, which is an advocacy group that has been sort of entrenched here in Sonoma County since the fires, advocating for insurance policyholders and making sure they get what they're owed after disasters and during recovery. Special shout out to my neighbor Annie Barber for her award she received for her advocacy for Pathway to Recovery, which she has shared from Maui to Paradise to Boulder, Colorado, and many places in between. She's done a fantastic job representing our community just as an individual who cares about recovery, but also specifically as someone who works with United Policyholders.
Thank you. And I just wanted to give a brief report out. I wanted to thank Councilmember Okrepke and Councilmember McDonald and Councilmember Fleming for attending the Merit Awards. It's always a good time. It is one of my favorite events that we do every year. And to thank the Merit Award committee that takes time to read through all the nominations. So thank you very much for that. I was able to spend last week in Juvenile Hall speaking to our youth. And it was over a series of about 4 days. They gave me Wednesday off, which was nice. No, that was just because they don't do it on Wednesdays. They have different programming. But I was able to speak to our youth and really hear their perspective, to let them know a little bit about myself, to let them know that the community, when they get out, will accept them with open arms and encouraged them and that we want them to come in, and if that they need support, to let us know so we can provide that support to them. But it was eye-opening, and they gave me a few suggestions about some things that we can do better in the city. And so I just want to one, thank Jim, who introduced me to the possibility of going into juvenile hall. And I know I probably never do this, but this was so hard for Cher to get scheduled. It was very difficult. So Cher, I would like to thank you so much for getting this scheduled and giving me ample time to go. I did not feel rushed, and the feedback that I received is that the kids really loved it. I don't know if they were so quiet because they were falling asleep or because they really enjoyed me being there. But with that, I will hand it over to Madam City Clerk for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comments on item 11. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, or if you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for the public record if you choose to do so. Mayor, I'm seeing no hands raised via Zoom and no one approaching the podium for public comment.
And I'm going to hand it over to Vice Mayor Sapp.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll move on to item 11.2. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This item is for the council to provide direction to the mayor regarding letters of interest received for appointment to the following vacancies, which will be made by the City Selection Committee of the Sonoma County Mayors and Council Members Association. As listed on the agenda, there are 2 vacancies on the Measure O Citizen Oversight Committee coming up to fill expiring terms of Mayor Kevin McDonald of Petaluma and Vice Mayor Ben Ford of Cotati, each with 3-year terms starting in December. The City Council received, or the Mayor and Council Members Association received letters of interest from Ben Ford of Cotati, Gerard Giudici from Rohnert Park, Kevin McDonald from Petaluma, and Stephen Zolman from Sebastopol. The decision before you is to give mayor direction on who to support at the next Mayors and Council Members Association meeting on October 10th.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. And do we move into public comment right away?
Yes, we can take public comment.
Perfect, let's do that.
We are now taking public comment on 11.2.1. If you are in the chamber and would like to provide comment but have not yet provided speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom and would like to comment on 11.2.1, please raise your hand. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium or you raise your hand, please be prepared to state your name for the public record if you choose to do so. Vice Mayor, I'm seeing no one approach the podium and no hands raised via Zoom.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to council.
Bringing it back to council for any discussion on the item.
Just for clarification, Mayor, are we looking to promote 2 people to this position? I'm sorry, I'm not clear on what you want from council as far as discussion.
So there are 2 seats available, and there are 4 letters that we received of interest. So we will go ahead and have a discussion, and we'll determine who it is that we are going to bring forth. And it looks like Councilmember Alvarez had his hand up.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I guess I'd be ready to put a motion forward with one of the 2 names that I would want listed, and then hopefully open up the conversation for accepting the individual as well as an additional one. So with that being said, I would like to make a motion to direct our Mayor, Natalie Rogers, to support Gerard Giudici as being one of the 2 names and the letters of interest to fill the expiring term on the Measure O Citizens Oversight Committee and open up for discussion on whether that's acceptable to my colleagues, as well as an additional name to be added to that list of 2.
Second.
So we have a motion made for one of the seats. Should we go ahead and vote?
No.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If Councilmember Alvarez is willing to amend his motion, I'd like to include Petaluma Mayor
Kevin?
Yes.
I accept that amendment.
All right, we have a motion made by Councilmember Alvarez and a second by Councilmember Okrepke. All right, Madam City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 5 affirmative votes and Councilmembers Fleming and Rogers absent.
Moving on to item 12, approval of the minutes. We have one set of minutes, September 10th, 2024. Looking to council to see if there are any corrections to these minutes. And seeing no hands go up, Madam City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment on item 12.1?
Thank you. We are now taking public comment on 12.1, the minutes from September 10th, 2024. If you would like to provide public comment anywhere in the council chamber, please make your way to the podium if you have not yet provided a speaker card. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand for item 12.1. Mayor, I'm seeing no one approach the podiums for 12.1 and no hands raised.
Thank you. We will adopt 12.1 as presented. Moving on to item 13, which is our consent items. Madam City Clerk, may you please read the consent items?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 13.1, Resolution Measure H, 2022, Choice Cycle 12 Grant Program Funding Recommendations. Item 13.2, Resolution Adopting Amended Conflict of Interest Code. Item 13.3, Resolution Supplement Number 5 to Funding Agreement between the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and the City of Santa Rosa for the deployment of quick-build, low-stress bicycle facilities. Item 13.4, Resolution, submittal of an application to the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development's Pro-Housing Incentive Pilot Program for an amount not to exceed $1,250,000. Item, tech challenge over here. 13.5, resolution approval of one First Amendment to Professional Services Agreement number F002573 for grant writing services with Rennie Public Policy Group. 2, assignment and assumption professional services agreement number F002371 from Rennie Public Law Group LLP to California Public Policy Group. And 3, assignment and assumption of professional services agreement number F002573 from Rennie Public Law Group LLP to California Public Policy Group. Item 13.6, resolution approval of First Amendment to General Services Agreement number F002577 to increase compensation with Strope Petroleum Maintenance Incorporated. 13.7, resolution approval of adding funds to blanket purchase order 172139 to increase compensation with Creams Towing Incorporated. Item 13.8, resolution agreement with Acela Incorporated for development-related permitting, inspection, and code enforcement software services. And 13.9 has been continued to the next regular meeting.
Thank you very much, and bringing it back to council to see if there are any questions on any of the items. And seeing none, Madam City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comments on item 13.1 through 13.8. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not yet provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom and would like to comment on 13.1 through 13.8, please raise your hand. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for the public record if you choose to do so. The first signed up is Mr. Frazier, followed by Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you very much. Eric Frazier, representing No on EEFF.com. I submitted a speaker's card for item number 13.9, but I do see that's a continued item. Just the same, I assume that gives me permission to go ahead and comment about this item as it appeared on the agenda. It's important because this item came late in the game. That's why the measure has such a unusual designation of EE. This was a backroom deal that saved extremely large businesses millions of dollars from the proposed tax measure and shifted the burden to small businesses. Small businesses have to withstand an 800% increase in the minimum tax that they're charged, even if they do not have any revenue. This will chase businesses out of town, and unlike the proclamations from people sitting on the other side of the earth, this is not something to brag about. This is not a hill to die on. This is not strengthening our local communities or our local families. This is stealing from their pocketbooks.
Thank you. But because the item was on the agenda, but we are not going to address this item tonight, and it has to be continued, the appropriate time to give public comment on this item would be for non-agenda matters.
Thank you. I'll switch my comments to item number 13.8.
Thank you.
13.8 has to do with code enforcement software. Now, it is important for people to know, congregated in this room, as well as the general public, especially the landowning and property owning public, about the horrible track record in code enforcement. Looking back on the war on STRs that raged over the last couple of years, our research teams uncovered dozens of code enforcement complaints that were filed within the automated system where the property owner wasn't notified. This was like an entrapment thing where they wanted to find out about it when it was time to renew their STR permits. Furthermore, these complaints were unfounded and easily removed from any penalty. This particular mistake, found in the minutes and the records now of the city, is another scar on the city, just a continual scar of mistruths and misunderstanding when it comes to public policy and regulations, taxation, the things that really should bother most people, most families, most people trying to start a business. This is what's going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. DeWitt, please go ahead.
Excuse me. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. On item 13.2, recently I had the pleasure to be assigned to the Community Advisory Board for a short period of time. I'm now on a different board, and I thank the council member that appointed me. While I was there on the Community Advisory Board, though, there were some meetings that became a bit uncomfortable because people from the public came and pointed out that they felt some folks on that body were helping other people to get funds through grants without it being competitive, and that they were actually being informed by various members of city staff or of that body on how to get the money. And so I didn't necessarily understand it well, and I don't want to pretend that I know what's going on with that, but I do believe it should be looked into because there was some uncomfortable situations there, and some people have resigned from that board. I'm currently on a different board, and I'll make sure that I have no conflicts of interest at any time. I have no financial interest that will ever conflict with the city. I wanted to also thank you for building the low-stress bicycle facilities and see if you might be able to get the junior college to put what's called a bicycle cage up at the new dorms that they built. Got a nice new building there. Then they got 2 what we call bike thief racks. Those are the racks where the bike thieves can just walk right up and steal them real quick. If you put a bicycle cage there, it would help those youngsters protect their bikes. And then I'm glad that you're getting the Housing and Community Development Incentive Pilot Program. I hope you'll get as much money from that as you might be able to. Then last, on 13.5, you have a public policy group that helps you with grant writing. I hope that you'll look into the brownfields grants that the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency is offering again. The deadlines are in mid-November, and you already have an area in the Santa Rosa city limits that has gotten grants previously. Roberts Avenue, when it was in the county, that's zoned a transit village residential area. That's a prime spot to get these types of grants. It's already been so many years since the first one they got. You could go back in and get a community-wide planning area grant that would be worth millions of dollars. You could bring the county in on this and make sure that you're actually embracing Roseland. It's been 7 full years since the annexation, but many of the people who live there feel as if we haven't gotten that, one might say, full bit of love that could come from being a part of the family. So don't treat us like a stepson anymore or a stepdaughter. Take us in, make Roberts Avenue the best transit village residential area in the entire county. Get that money working for SMART, for everything else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker on the west podium, please go ahead.
Melissa Stewart, Executive Director of CHOPS Teen Club, on item 13.1. On behalf of CHOPS Teen Club, we want to extend our heartfelt thanks to the City Council for approving Measure H funding for our Work Ready program and pro-social activities. For those who may not know, CHOPS is far more than just a place to hang out. It is a space where teens receive mentorship, practice social skills independently of their parents, and explore opportunities across our 7 program areas. Landing your first job can be challenging, especially if you don't know what to expect. Through CHOPS Work Ready program, youth can hone their interview skills, learn to speak about their abilities confidently, and practice customer service in a supportive environment that provides critical yet gentle feedback. At a time when the cost of doing business continues to rise, this funding is crucial. Our work with the partnership is a true collaboration, and together we are lifting part of the load and serving our city's youth in a meaningful and impacting way. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Speaker on the east podium, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Cruz, and I am the Executive Director of Restorative Resources. And we like to thank and show a great appreciation to the partnership for recommending us for Measure H funding for our .RJ Diversion Opportunity for Transformation for Youth in City of Santa Rosa. This program is a program where youth participate in curriculum-based dialogue circles, and each one has their own restorative conference and an opportunity to encounter the people that they harmed and impacted.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you come a little closer to the mic? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Sorry. My apologies. Our program is also victim and impacted party centered, offender sensitive, and community engaged. Thank you again.
Thank you. Speaker on the west podium, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Swan, and I work at Buckaloo Programs. I'm a director over our Family Service Coordination Program, and I oversee in response as well. I'm here today to talk about our Family Service Coordination Program and the choice grant funding through the Violence Prevention Partnership. We're super appreciative that the funding is available to apply for and to work as a collaborative unit. I've had the opportunity to work with the Violence Prevention Partnership for over a year now, and we are really hoping to hire another staff to dedicate a family service coordination system navigator to be able to provide direct support to youth and families, to be able to support families and navigate individuals and families throughout the system of care, to be able to get the support and prevention before times of crisis or in times of crisis. And so we're excited for this opportunity. Really appreciate the ability to apply for this grant and to work as a partnership. The change I've already seen in our community and the violence prevention partnership with all of the providers has been amazing. We've been able to really hear community voice and also wrap around our community. And sometimes that's small steps of getting folks into after school programs. Sometimes that's providing temporary housing. But the work that we're all doing together and having more community voice at the table, I'm really excited for that opportunity. So thank you so much for your time and the ability to continue the work in our community.
Thank you. Speaker at the East Lectern, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Gabby Holmes, and I am the Director of Program Enrichment at TLC Child and Family Services. And I am here today to state our deepest gratitude for our consideration and recommendation for funding through the Choice Grant cycle to expand and support our functional family therapy program for at-risk and high-risk youth in the equity priority areas of Santa Rosa. Functional family therapy is a whole family counseling model that is a short-term treatment that averages between 3 to 5 months to progress through all 3 stages of the model, and it has been very, very highly effective and strongly evidence-based in supporting at-risk youth in addressing challenging risk behaviors such as substance abuse, gang involvement, and other violent behaviors. And so we are really, really fortunate at TLC to be the only entity in Sonoma County certified and able to offer this service. And TLC is putting a lot of effort and resources behind expanding this program. So we're very, very thankful for the Violence Prevention Partnership to be supporting this evidence-based practice that has been highly effective. And we're really excited to expand our partnerships, working with local school districts, Roseland Unified, as well as Santa Rosa City Schools, to begin pushing these services into school settings while continuing to offer them in home settings, which is the intention of the model, to ensure that we are culturally and linguistically responsive, offering services through our bilingual clinical staff. And really looking at how we can, as a community-based organization, work with the local schools in being able to offer these services to be much more accessible to all youth and families who need the support and the guidance to make sure that they are developing skills to create lasting and long-term change. So we thank you so much for your support of this program, and we're very excited to partner through this opportunity.
Thank you. I see no one else wishing to provide public comment in chamber and no hands raised via Zoom, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Looking to council to see if there is any additional discussion, and seeing none, Vice Mayor Stapp.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion that we approve items 13.1 through 13.8 and waive for the reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion made by Vice Mayor Stapp and a second by Councilmember Okrepke. Madam City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 5 affirmative votes and Councilmembers Fleming and Chris Rogers absent.
Thank you. It is not quite 5 o'clock, so we're going to go on to item 15, which is our report item for today. Assistant City Manager Dunstan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 15.1 is a report item. Support various state and local ballot measures on November 5th, 2024 ballot. And Scott Alonzo, our Government Affairs Officer, will be giving the presentation.
I'm Scott Alonso, Government Affairs Officer, here for item 15.1. This is a follow-up to our item 2 weeks ago to consider supporting various ballot measures on the general election ballot. So as we discussed in our study session on September 10th, the council in the past has voted to support or oppose various ballot measures, including recently back in August, the council voted to oppose Measure J on the Sonoma County ballot here on November 5th. And then 2 weeks ago, we had a study session where we deliberated on 12 ballot measures, local and state, and the council gave direction to staff to come back at this council meeting for various measures to support. We looked at what the potential impacts would be on the city and our residents with these various measures, and also if these measures aligned with the council's legislative policy platforms that we consider every year. So just as a quick refresh, these are the 6 ballot measures the council gave direction on in consensus to support. We have Measure I and Measure W, both local Sonoma County measures. Measure I is known as the Our Kids, Our Future, and Measure W is the Sonoma County Library sales tax measure. And then Propositions 2, 3, 4, and 5 are statewide measures. Proposition 2 is the education bond. Proposition 3 repeals Proposition 8 and defines a constitutional right to marriage. Proposition 4 is known as the climate bond. And then Proposition 5 is a constitutional amendment that lowers the threshold to approve bonds for affordable housing and public infrastructure. So based on the council deliberation on September 10th, staff recommends that the council take support positions on those 6 measures. And again, Our Kids, Our Future is a quarter-cent sales tax. The funding would be administered by First 5 Sonoma County. The funding would be distributed into 2 buckets. One bucket, 60%, is for early childhood and education services, including new facilities for those child care sites. And then the remaining 40% of the raised revenue would go into mental health support, perinatal and pediatric screening, looking at ACEs prevention and the like. And the measure is expected to generate $30 million a year. And Measure W is a Sonoma County measure for the local library system. It's a quarter-eighth of a cent sales tax, which is a repeat of Measure Y from 2016. And then just a quick overview on our statewide measures. Proposition 2 is the education bond. Proposition 3 repeals Proposition 8 that was passed by the voters in 2008. And this is would remove language in the Constitution stating that marriage is only between a man and a woman. Proposition 4 is our climate bond with funding for water, climate resilience, wildfire prevention, clean energy, flood mitigation, and also the protection of coastal lands. And then lastly, Proposition 5 is a constitutional amendment that the city supported last year when it was known as ACA 1, which would lower the threshold when voters consider any bonds for affordable housing or public infrastructure projects. Currently, to approve those bonds, you would need a 2/3 vote. This would lower that to a 55% approval rating, which is similar to what school bonds are currently under state law. So this would align that. So again, the Communications and Intergovernmental Relations Office recommends that the council, based on the study session we had 2 weeks ago, by motion support the following ballot measures on the November 5th ballot: Measure I, Measure W, Proposition 2, Proposition 3, Proposition 4, and Proposition 5. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Looking at council to see if there are any questions, and seeing none, Madam City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comment on item 15.1. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment but have not yet provided a speaker card, please state your name, or please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand now for item 15.1. You have 3 minutes, and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium or are called upon via Zoom and mic unmuted, please state your name for the public record if you choose to do so. The first public comment will be from Eric, followed by Omar. One moment.
Okay, thank you very much. Eric Frazier again, speaking as a private citizen and registered voter. I rise with some questions about Measure I. Our research shows that quite frequently these tax measures result in bloated agencies that are ineffective in delivering the value of the dollar that they collect. A quarter-cent sales tax doesn't sound like much, $30 million, off the backs of the families and the taxpayers that the bill proposes to benefit. But in actuality, it's an extra weight on the table. Sales taxes are recognized pretty much by all economists as being the most regressive form of taxation. It's because people of the lower income strata proportionately pay more in sales taxes than those at the upper end of the spectrum. We know that. What we don't know about Measure I is the amount of duplication other services bring to the table, who it's actually serving, who are the masters here, what's the organization look like, who's going to be earning that $400,000 salary at the top of the heap. It promises this and that like so many of these tax measures do. But without carefully looking at the details and asking questions, our sales taxes here, our cost of living here is going to be in the top percentage in the entire world in the next few years. The party that's in power has been able to reduce the input necessary from the taxpayer to pass a lot of taxes. We'll see in other measures that I'll discuss tonight that government can make bold-faced claims about where the proceeds of a tax will benefit without proof and without actually their own attorney standing up to protect that flank. So I have a lot of questions about Measure I, and make no mistake, I'm surely not against families or the health of families or children or the quality of life here in Santa Rosa. I love Santa Rosa as much as anybody here. But we need to get real about how we're burdening people, how we're burdening our families, our single mothers, our people that are scratching by on salaries less than 6 figures. And while you guys grumble around with your cronies to set up another organization that will suck at the tit of the taxpayer, keep in mind that the burden's going to weigh things down. And you're not going to be able to sit there and say what a great city this is. We have a spending problem. We're in the deficit, huge deficits, a spending problem. The last thing you want to do is pour more money on it.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Omar. Go ahead, Omar.
Good evening, council and staff. My name is Omar Lopez, and I'm the Senior Program Associate at Generation Housing. In 2018, just a year after Sonoma and Napa counties lost nearly 6,000 homes in the Sonoma complex wildfires, a local housing bond measure was considered rejected by voters. Measure N, which would have raised $121 million and leveraged an additional $1 billion of housing investments, was thwarted by a minority, just 38% of voters. While a large majority of Santa Rosans voted yes, California requires a supermajority to pass a local tax measure, even today. That's why we urge you to endorse Prop 5 this evening. This is an opportunity to give local voters more power to address housing and public infrastructure needs in their communities. Thank you in advance for your time and leadership. We look forward to seeing this pass in November.
Thank you. Mr. DeWitt, go ahead.
My name is Dwayne DeWitt, and I'm from Roseland. And I've been following tax measures since I was young, when Proposition 13 was passed. And the basic reason was that it's difficult for folks to live in California and the increasing taxes were making it difficult for the elderly to stay in their homes. Whenever you have these types of tax measures coming forward, you usually don't survey the community to find out who is supporting which tax and why. I must point out that, as was said before me, all sales taxes are regressive. They always hit the lower income people more than the people at the top. Although each of these things sounds good, I can't support any tax increases now because we are facing difficult financial times ahead. We don't even know if we'll have a stable federal government after the next election. Things are difficult in many places. One of the things that's very good to know is that the California Constitution has been in place for a long time now, and it specifically has protected people from these types of minority rule type situations, excuse me, where tax increases can occur because people have perhaps been misled. People believe that Proposition 218 is a strong proposition and should be adhered to. I do believe that that supermajority requirement has actually been helping us ever since it was passed, and we've avoided more taxes. We're already up at the highest levels of sales tax, 10%. I mean, this is really what some people might call a value-added tax in other countries. We have it here now. I am really hoping that you folks, although you're endorsing this, will keep in mind that those folks who don't support these taxes are not anti-government. They're not anti-establishment. They're basically saying the current Constitution is doing its job well, and we shouldn't be trying to get so much debt put onto future generations, which bonds are. When you pass a bond, that essentially says that people who are only 21 now are going to be facing bills for 50 years perhaps. The Warm Springs Dam bond is still being paid. So think about these things in the sense of you're actually helping future generations to have less costs on them and their children as they try to buy a home in a town where, when I was young, a house cost $13,000. Now people are telling me that the median price is over $700,000. That's a stunning fact, if it is true. I'm not shopping for one right now, but you get the drift. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Mayor, I see no one else approaching the podium to speak on item 15, and I see no hands being raised via Zoom.
Thank you very much. Is there any additional comments from council? Seeing none, Vice Mayor Stapp.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to support the following ballot measures on the general election ballot. Sonoma County Measure I, Sonoma County Measure W, State Proposition 2, State Proposition 3, State Proposition 4, and State Proposition 5.
Second.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Stapp and a second by Council Member McDonald. Madam City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 5 affirmative votes, and Councilmembers Fleming and Chris Rogers absent.
Thank you very much. We'll now move up to item 14 because it is after 5 o'clock, which is our first public comment on non-agenda matters for this evening. Madam City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comments on item 14, non-agenda matters. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment but have not yet provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand now to speak on non-agenda matters. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. We will take 12 speakers under item 14. If we have more than 12 public comments on item 14, the remaining speakers will be afforded the opportunity to speak on item 18, non-agenda matters. As you approach the podium, please state your name for the public record if you choose to do so. The first speaker will be Eric Frazier, followed by Dwayne, then Carolyn.
Thank you very much. This is Eric Frazier speaking in my capacity as the campaign manager for No on EEFF.com. To continue my analysis of these two measures, thank you very much for the Yes on EEFF.com people for posting a website that includes our argument against both these measures as well as our rebuttal. You'll find a lot of information there as well as on our website, which introduces you into ability to network with us over the long term. As Mr. DeWaite said earlier, we're here because we love our community. We're servants of our community. We're not looking for irrational battles. In fact, we fight our battles based on facts and verifiable information. People are welcome to reach out to me at truthinTourism@gmail.com with any questions. So here on Measure EE, we spoke earlier about how this burdens small businesses to an incredible 800% increase in the minimum fee for a business license. Other communities in the area don't have anything near that. Furthermore, the city goes on to propose an argument that this money, $3 million purportedly, is going to support city streets, parks, and surprising that they're not promising a free puppy for everybody. Simply, they can't make that argument. The money flows into the general fund where it's more than likely to be spent on the astounding pension debt that our city is now grappling with. For them to make a claim otherwise is disingenuous and just misleading, but that's what they've become over the past few years, maybe longer. But since we've been paying attention, it's become really bad. When we look at Measure FF, what we see is another defectively worded measure. They claim it increases transient occupancy tax from 9% to 11% without mentioning the total tax burden of 16%. That would fall on the shoulders of travelers that they insist are out-of-town visitors here sipping wine, when in fact our research shows that they're more likely to be workers, friends of family, people in town for medical appointments, families seeking affordable lodging, not the bougie 16%ers, which would be our peer in Healdsburg, the only other place, and few like it throughout the state and the country. Furthermore, when you look at the website, you'll take notice of who supports or doesn't support it. It calls out Mayor Rogers and Vice Mayor Stepp by name. I don't know if their personal funds are being used to support these two measures, or if they're just bragging about how they spend our money to support these two defective measures. I don't know. I guess we'll get to the bottom of it. Vote no on both these defective, regressive measures. No on EE, no on FF. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Dwayne, followed by Carolyn, then Adina. Okay, thank you. Carolyn, please go ahead.
I am the chair for the board of directors for Sonoma-Can. All of my comments are personal opinions. I'm here because of the stabbing that happened at Elsie Allen and why there wasn't equal treatment to the stabbing at Montgomery. Why there wasn't a town hall called, why there wasn't, I don't know what notification went out. I do know that some community-based organizations went out to assist and provided on-campus mental health support, and that's great. But as a community, I think we should have been afforded the same opportunities as the parents and families of Montgomery. Secondly, that was also concerning was that there was police questioning minors on school campuses, and I am just concerned about what protections are being afforded our youth when we send them off to school. Something happens, their rights are being violated. Since we're speaking about measures, I'm going to say no on Measure 36 and yes on 6. Thank you. Thanks, Dwayne.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Dwayne, followed by Adina.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Earlier today I came and I turned in a couple of papers for you folks to look at, and they were from the year 2002. And the reason I brought them is so that you'd know that myself and many others in the community have been following the Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District's activities since it was formed over 30 years ago. One of the main things that that body has done is provide money for some really nice nature preserves. One is called the Pollen Creek Preserve up in what we call the Shenate Heights over by what was the community hospital. And that small property up there, Pollen Creek Preserve, was a model that others have been using to try to get nice preserves in their neighborhoods. So the reason I gave you two of these, one was to show you that my neighborhood does, trying to keep these things clean, and the other was because the Open Space District pointed out when they gave one of these conservation easements to a relatively well-to-do man in another part of town, we're getting a conservation easement that protects the property forever. I love that word, protects, and how it's forever. And that's the things that people think we're going to be getting with conservation easements. And so I've spent a number of years in this century studying these types of activities and looking into how we can do really positive things with nature, specifically California tiger salamanders. You thought, where's that coming from? Well, we got them over where I live, and that California tiger salamander is actually a good thing. It is what some people might consider a indicator species, if you've heard that term. It's a species that lets you know if climate change is having negative effects. It lets you know if things are getting out of hand. And so here, the entire Santa Rosa Plain, technically, is the area of that California tiger salamander. And it really would be a nice thing if you folks would get together with the Ag and Open Space District and Sonoma County Board of Supervisors, who are the directors of that Ag and Open Space District, and see if we could use land that the city already owns, not just out at Kelly Farms and Brown Farms, but other areas, parks that we have, as habitat for California tiger salamander. The other day, a guy burnt the California tiger salamander spot over off of Hearn Avenue in the Bellevue Ranch area. An arson was out there lighting things up, and he burned that area, but that could have been beneficial. The Indians used to burn areas, and the wildlife came back. So let's look into this from a more, what might that be called, a holistic approach for the synergy of saving nature to help ourselves. You have a climate adaptation committee, let's help them. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Adina.
Good evening, Council. My name is Adina Flores, and I am the leading activist for Sonoma County. I'm here this evening because Vice Mayor Stapp has had my name out of his mouth. I received responsive records back, and apparently you want to come up with headlines for my new articles. You actually wrote a counter rebuttal to our arguments against Measure EE and FF, and decided that my colleague Mr. Frazier and I are misguided activists. So I'm here today to inform you of your conflicts of interest. So while serving on the Santa Rosa Groundwater Board, you decided to go ahead and approve increased rates as of July or June 2024. You failed to recuse yourself even though your spouse is the counsel to Jackson Family Wines. Therefore, the fees for the wineries have been drastically reduced. You're not even following the state guidelines, and that means that residential homeowners are paying way more. So I did report you to the Fair Political Practices Commission. That is a tremendous conflict of interest. Thank you very much. Furthermore, I'm not sure what this city is doing. You had about half of your community advisory board resign after I spoke at one meeting because they've been giving grants to themselves. Community Advisory Board member Steve Rom, who is Sonoma County James Gore's cousin, actually quit and sent an email to Mr. Okrepke stating that verbatim, Adina Flores is single-handedly dismantling our city. So why is bringing transparency forward considered to be something dismantling? Then furthermore, with Measure I, let's talk about Measure I, because Sonoma County Conservation Action is Chris Rogers' nonprofit in which he was paid to collect signatures. I was going to protest because if you read the language, 60% of that funding goes towards compensation and administrative fees for the local nonprofits providing childcare. There's an ongoing case with Boys and Girls Club in which there are at least 12 John Does who are requesting $20 million each for being molested. The staff and our local government are very aware of this. Mr. Rogers was community engagement coordinator at Boys and Girls Club as they were silencing my John Does. So now you want the taxpayers to pay further to silence my John Does who were molested. So no, I'm absolutely against Measure I. I was going to protest, and you guys hired a gentleman who has been accused of raping women in this community for many years and has personally asked for naked photos of me. You also hired my sister's ex-boyfriend as a security guard for me. So furthermore, Chris Rogers, field director, actually got in my face. You were all there when he tried to physically assault me. That's all over TikTok. So I'd appreciate if you could not call me misguided. Thank you, and God bless you, Mr. Stapp.
Thank you. Mayor, I see no one else approaching the podium in council chamber, and I see no hands being raised via Zoom.
Thank you, and with that, we will continue on to item 16.1. Assistant City Manager Dunstan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 16.1 is a public hearing regarding pre-zoning of parcels along Barber Drive, Robin Way, Edie Drive, and Moreland Avenue to support future annexation and public water connections. And this presentation will be given by Senior Planner Monet Shakali.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Good evening, Mayor Rogers. I'm going to present the project before you, which is a pre-zoning of 34 parcels. Okay. So the image below shows the area within the yellow border is the area that proposed for pre-zoning, and it will be annexed into the city in the future. The proposed zone for these areas are R16 single-family residential and R2 medium-density residential. The star here within the red color shows the area of this project, where the project is located. So 5 parcels being shown here within blue colors. These 5 parcels have nitrate contamination, which is verified by the State Division of Drinking Water. The remaining parcels within this area are they are suspected of being contaminated as well, and they will need to be connected to the city water. So the area that is shown within the yellow border is the area that has a water contamination, and there was a discussion with LAFCO and city last year that the area shown within the red color, which is only 5 parcels, to be included within this project, pre-zoning and annexation. This would create an orderly boundary for the annexation. And the area within the red border 5 parcel will not receive water at this moment, so it's only for the yellow area. A quick background or history of the project. In 2019, the Division of Drinking Water issued a citation letter to the Robin Way water system for nitrate maximum contaminant level violation. In 2020, the Water Board initiated Proposition 1, which is a grant program for disadvantaged communities to improve their drinking water. So part of the project before you today is funded by this program, and it is anticipated that the future construction of this project will also be funded by this program. In May 2021, there was a discussion with the city and LAFCO and the state about this project to annex this area. And as I mentioned in my previous PowerPoint, in 2023, the discussion with LAFCO included 5 other parcels to this area for the annexation. The project was also presented to the Planning Commission 2 months ago on July 25th. And regarding the proposed zones for this area, the properties on the west side of Moreland Avenue will be zoned to R2, which is consistent with the medium low density residential. All these parcels here are already developed with multifamily residentials. And 5 parcels on the east side will be rezoned to R16, which is consistent with the general plan land use designation of low density residential. These parcels are also all developed currently with single family residential and some accessory structures. So the project has been reviewed in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act and qualifies for 3 exemptions. This project has been notified 3 times, both in English and Spanish, and since the first notification, staff received 1 call asking about water fees for low-income residents. That caller has been referred to our water department to discuss those fees, and staff also received 1 phone call from one of the property owners in favor of this project. And with that, it is recommended by the Planning Commission and the Planning and Economic Development Department that the City Council introduce an ordinance to prezone the properties situated on Barbara Drive, Robin Way, Eddy Drive, Moreland Avenue, and Bellevue Avenue to R16 zoning district and R2 zoning districts, consistent with the low density and medium density general plan land use designation, and adopt a resolution of application for annexation application to LAFCO. And today we have Andy Allen from the Water Department here, and I believe 3 people will be attending us on Zoom. One is Mark Branfield from LAFCO, and we have 1 person named Aparjit. He is from the State Water Board Division of Financial Assistance, and we have Randy Marks. He is also the technical assistant provider under contract for the State Water Board. So if there are questions, we are available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council to see if there are any questions on this item. All right. Seeing no questions, we will now open the public hearing. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comments on item 16.1. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not yet provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, now is the time to raise your hand for public comment on item 16.1. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name if you wish to do so. Similarly, if participating via Zoom, please be sure to state your name for public record. Speaker, please go ahead on the east lectern.
So hi everyone, good evening. My name's Anna Diaz and I am from Roseland. My grandfather and grandmother and many of my relatives lived off Barbara in Moreland for many years, so I could say that I spent a good amount of my childhood in the Moreland community, or neighborhood, I'm sorry. So I know that this topic was about water, but I also attend the Moreland meetings, and this kind of seems like it's leading towards the discussion of possibly more housing in the near future. And from my time in the meetings, I just want to let you guys know that the Moreland community, during the evacuation of many fires that Sonoma County has faced, including Santa Rosa, the Moreland community have regarded their comments, saying that there was only 2 exits going towards East Robles Road and Corby Avenue just to leave the area when the fires were in town. So going further with this comment is that I'm hoping that this is not going to lead towards more housing in the Moreland and Southwest community, because myself and many other community members in the Moreland neighborhood wish that there's no housing, future developments going on near that neighborhood. There's already enough housing in that area as it is, and I just hope that this topic will just be focused in water, not towards future development. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, I'm seeing no one else approach the podium on item 16.1. And I see no hands being raised via Zoom.
Thank you. We will now close the public hearing. Bringing it back for any final comments, Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, thank you for the efforts that's being put into making sure that the quality of life of these residents is respectable. I think over the years, actually I'll say it like this, Eddy Drive, Barbara, and these other streets is pretty much Sebastopol Road 20, 30 years ago, with commingling, the plume, and everything else that was affecting the residents in Roseland. And Santa Rosa stepped up. And again, Santa Rosa steps up. So I definitely want to applaud the efforts, again, to make sure that these people have one of the basic needs, which is water. So thank you on behalf of those residents.
Are there any additional comments? Seeing none, Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce an ordinance to pre-zone the properties situated on Barbara Drive, Robin Way, Eddy Drive, Moreland Avenue, and Bellevue Avenue to the R-1-6 single-family residential and R-2 medium-density multifamily residential zoning districts consistent with the low and medium-low density residential general plan land use designation, and 2, by resolution, adopt a resolution of the application for the annexation application to Sonoma County Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO.
I proudly second.
We have a motion made by Councilmember McDonald and a second by Councilmember Alvarez. Madam City Clerk.
Through the mayor, with respect to the motion on the floor, there was a revised resolution uploaded earlier today and republished this morning, as well as provided to council and members of the public at relatively the same time. And I want to make sure that that motion to approve the resolution is for the amended motion, which really just clarifies or corrects a clerical error.
Councilmember McDonald, do you accept that there was?
Yes, absolutely. I'm sorry, that's not what I read then. I apologize.
My second stands.
And Madam City Attorney, does that suffice?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, Madam City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Chris Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Let the record show that this ordinance is introduced and resolution passed with 5 affirmative votes.
All right, and we will now go to 16.2, which is our second public hearing for this evening. Assistant City Manager Dunstan.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 16.2 is a public hearing to certify the final environmental impact report, approve the Roseland Creek Community Park Master Plan, and adopt the CEQA findings of fact and mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And this presentation will be given by Jen Santos, Deputy Director of Recreation and Parks.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Jen Santos, Deputy Director for Parks, as our Assistant City Manager mentioned. And I also have with me this evening Will Burns. He's our Vice President of our Environmental Consultant, David J. Powers. And with us in the audience is Brian Freiermuth, our Senior Biologist from WRA, who is also our consultant on this project. Tonight, we are asking Council to approve the Roseland Creek Community Park Master Plan, which has received previous Council approval in the past. And at the previous request of Council, we are returning tonight for approval of this master plan and the prepared related environmental impact report, which is conducted at the highest level of environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act. This presentation will show tonight that the master plan that was previously approved and offered tonight has no significant environmental impacts with mitigation. And tonight we will go through the process of how we've started back in 2009 to where we are right now. But first I want to jump back just a little bit to kind of set ourselves up again, and appreciation for those that have seen this presentation, but I do think it's important to jump back a little bit. So this map represents, in the orange square, the location of Roseland Creek Community Park in relation to Highway 12 and Highway 1. It is located in the Roseland area. You can see nearby the little green square is Bear Neighborhood Park. And this is a closer view of the park. You can see that there are 4 parcels that make up the park right now. Roseland Creek Elementary School is located right across the street, across Burbank Avenue on the left of the map. And on the right of the map is McMinn Avenue. Those 2 streets border the park. You can see also in this map that we have a great deal of single-family homes. We also have new housing that would be coming on to the south of this, not immediately adjacent, but just south of that parcel. In this, you can kind of see from an aerial view what is happening with the park, that the Roseland Creek runs through the park, through the parcel we recently acquired in 2018, and down out through the parcel we acquired in 2011. It's hard to see on here, but there are existing footpaths through this park that exist, and those are the places where we're proposing to put new paths over where we already have them. In the middle parcel in 2018, you can see that you can see that there's some agriculture going on still at that house when this photo was taken. The other thing that I wanted to draw your attention to is the city purchased these at each of these dates, 2011 and 2018, through the matching grant program through the Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District, the district. And we are still in negotiation for a conservation easement that will cover the entire parcel. Right now we have 2 conservation easements for the northern parcels and one on the very southern part. What we'd like to do, both the Ag and Open Space District as well as the city, is we'd like to have just one conservation easement over the entire thing. So it's much easier for staff on both agencies to conduct those surveys and make sure that the city is complying with the conservation easements. The conservation easements generally limit the amount of impervious surface, and it's a generalization, on the park. They also limit the amount of development that can be there, and they do request that we protect the existing environments that is there as well, conservation. So there'll be a conservation easement and recreation covenant along with our matching grant agreement with the Ag and Open Space. So let's see, let's move on. So in this slide, we're really looking at the green areas as being existing parks and the red trees as future parks. You can see that the yellow area at the top of the screen is actually where Roseland Creek Community Park is located. There is another community park located in this quadrant at Southwest Community Park. It's also shown and outlined as a circle. There's a future park designated for this area that we have not acquired yet, and it's off to the left-hand side of this map. You can see the tree with the circle around it. And so you can see how significant having 3 community parks is for this area. If you put your finger over the map where the Roseland is and took away that community park or change it into something different, it does have a significant impact on the other surrounding parks as well as the future park. The Bear Park, which is closest, as well as Southwest Community Park, are well loved by our residents, and they are very popular spaces. Bear Park, for instance, we're permitting that as a permit process. That's usually a process that we would take with our community parks because it is so popular, and we understand the love for this park, and so we want to help the residents out and keeping that option open for folks. And I'll go ahead and move on. So I just wanted to start by talking about some of the community engagement we've done over the years. As I mentioned in the beginning, the process of becoming a master plan and going through the process of asking community what they would like started in 2009. And there were five meetings early on about what the community would like to see with this park. And we, conducted 12, from then on, we conducted 12 additional community workshops. We went to the Board of Community Services 5 different times, bi-national health event. We went to every single Roseland annexation and specific plan meeting back when that process was happening. We attended community advisory board open house meetings. In addition, we had further meetings in 2019 where we went to these locations to try to solicit feedback, because a lot of times not everybody feels comfortable attending a public meeting or has the capability of attending a public meeting. So we looked at these options of attending these, of having new meetings where people are, at Shepherd Elementary, Roseland Prep High School, the Roseland Cinco de Mayo Festival, the Chelsea Senior Gardens community across the property from McMinn, the Healthy Action meeting, and the Land Pass Garden celebration. And when you think about how did we outreach to people, what did we do to get people to attend and to provide survey information and feedback to us, this is some of our key outreach strategies. Certainly each time we met, we had a variety of outreach efforts. We tried to reach as many people with direct mail postcards as possible in this area, many times. Of course, e-blasts for attendees that have provided their email addresses. We also had posted that on our e-newsletter for the city, and we have tried to do all sorts of different kinds of outreach that is unique, and putting signs on the site and engaging with people in many different ways. So just stepping into our summary of the feedback we've received, and I know we're kind of moving quickly through how did we get to where we're at, but there have been an enormous, well over 25 meetings to get to just this point, including repeat visits to the Board of Community Service to receive feedback. It's really clear to us where we're at. We have collected a lot of community feedback. We've engaged with a lot of folks. We do what we see in Roseland is that we have a group of folks that would definitely like to see this park as a natural state, with either no development or very little development, with trails and potentially a nature center and associated parking. Other community comments we've received generally include requests for amenities such as lawn, for general play, picnicking, playground areas, dog parks, pump tracks, community gardens, restrooms, parking, trails, fitness equipment, basketball, etc., outdoor sink and teen center. We've also had requests for more development, such as a bicycle velodrome, a veterans center, regulations, soccer, and baseball, and of course requests for absolutely nothing. Recognize early on that soccer and baseball fields cannot be accommodated at the site, that there is not enough unencumbered space to have that kind of activity here. So those were immediately removed from the discussion about the master plan. Also, in early versions of the master plan, there was a place on the plan that showed a Pomo village. And so in asking not only citizens, but also the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria, what they would like to see there, what we heard was that we should, there was concern that the city was moving forward with something like a Pomo village without the Federated Indians Rancheria's express request. So there was some concern there. And so when we asked them, well, what would you like to see? What they told us they would like to see is fire and water, and how they explained that to me was that they would like to see barbecues. They would like to see outdoor sinks, picnicking, parking for elders, proximity to restrooms, and identification of all the native tree species along the southern side of Roseland Creek so that they could collect acorns. And we could also use that information for interpretation and educational experiences for the park, future park visitors. The Federated Indians of Green Rancheria didn't have any comments on the environmental impact report, but those requests that they have provided to us are incorporated in the master plan. They do exist there right now. The Lytton Rancheria did not have any comments previously related to the EIR, but there is an update to this. We did receive a request from the Lytton Rancheria that any tribal remains that are found, they want them to be potentially reburied on site. And we absolutely 100% respect their wishes, and that has changed in the EIR. So that is part of our process. Also as part of our process is certainly to, if any remains are found on any park, even including Roseland, we would always include our tribal nations for assistance with that. Otherwise, the Lytton Rancheria did not have any comments on the master plan. In 2017, we contacted the Dry Creek Pomo Rancheria after some local interest, saying that we had local Native American folks that would like to see a Pomo village still. And when they were contacted, they had no reply, and we didn't receive any interest since then for that to happen. So the plan reflects the requested wishes we received from the tribal nations, our tribal nations that are here, and we, the approval of this master plan does not preclude us in the future from having a Pomo-themed village or something like that if the tribal nations would like to see something there. So would love to work with our tribal nations more if that ever does come up, but we're available for that. But at this moment in time, this is the information we have, and it is included in the plan. So let's talk about when this master plan has been in front of you. It's been in front of you several times. In January 12th, 2020 was the when we reviewed in a lengthy, detailed presentation, which I am definitely known for. A full understanding of where we've been from 2009 to 2019. We went through all of the updates to the master plan, the environmental updates, and recognize any ag and open space requests and interests. We presented our master plan documents. At that time, council had received a citizens developed park plan, and council requested that staff conduct a follow-up community meeting to ensure that we had completely heard from everybody within the community. And so that's what we did. On March 4th, 2020, we conducted a very thorough community meeting with our with the neighborhood presentation. The neighbors provided plan presented, as well as the city's community-based plan. We had our internal teams from planning and economic development present, presenting pending and future development in the area around Roseland and around the park. We had the transportation team presented bus routes and bicycle plans for Southwest, specifically adjacent to the park. Our Recreation and Parks team was, of course, there, and we presented other parks that were in Southwest area adjacencies and those master plans as examples, and of course the master plan was presented. At this follow-up community meeting, really the takeaway at that point was we were still in the same place we were previously. We still had residents that would like to see more active uses in a park, and we still had residents that would like to see absolutely nothing or very little and lots of preservation at this park. So where did we go from there? But before I do that, I just wanted to look at some of our comments we received at that March 4th meeting. It was a really good meeting. We had lots of really great perspectives, and we listened intently and took a lot of notes. Again, you can see up there some of the responses where we listen to multiple needs and generational perspectives. Keep it as natural as possible. We don't want that many parking lots. But the one that really sticks with me is that this area needs an active park and natural space, a park that meets both needs both needs, nature and community. So that really stood out to me. That's something we think about as we have been planning this park. So where we went from there, we were fortunate enough that Councilmember Alvarez had stepped into the role of representing the new districts that had formed, and we were really fortunate that Councilmember Alvarez did an amazing job reaching out to the local residents to see what can we do to make sure we're really listening intently and understanding how to update the master plan accordingly. So there were at least six sessions here at different locations, the Boys and Girls Clubs, Juvenile Hall for boys and girls, neighborhood group meetings, the Roseland Creek Elementary Parent Group, the Cook Middle School Group. And then we had a Councilmember Alvarez had a working session on April 9th, 2021. And that's where we, Councilmember Alvarez looked at folks from the previous listening sessions, and along with our communications team, provided a last session where we could really hear how can we update this master plan to best represent what we're hearing. And those members also got to listen to themselves and discuss amongst themselves, because it's not up to staff, it's really what we're excuse me, hearing from the community. And so what we recognize is that the master plan, although there weren't any significant changes, could be updated for clarity. And that's what we did at that moment. We updated it for clarity, and when we go over the master plan, I'll show you where those were at. And then with that, on July 21st, 2021, our Board of Community Services meeting with that updated master plan approved and recommended council approval of that same master plan. And that is the same master plan before you tonight. So where we went was we came back to council with that plan, and we presented another thorough and detailed review of where we had been. We had also presented all of our listening sessions with the council member. We presented what's called a mitigated negative declaration as the environmental review document for that master plan, and council approved that mitigated negative declaration and master plan that evening. Subsequently, on January 25th, 2022, council then rescinded the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration and, of course, the park master plan with that at the recommendation of staff, and requested that staff come back to council with the same master plan with preparation of an environmental impact report for the master plan presented at the previous and adopted at the previous meeting. And that's what we're here to do tonight. So from there, we re-engaged with our environmental consultants, and we prepared a notice of preparation letting the folks, everyone know that we are getting ready to prepare an EIR, and that it will be circulated. An environmental impact report can be thought of as a more expanded, more robust review than a mitigated negative declaration process regarding the potential impacts which may result from implementation of a project. On August 17th of that same year, we also had a public scoping meeting about the EIR to listen in and solicit public input and answer any questions at that time. So after that, we started the process of developing the draft EIR, and when we say DEIR, it just means draft EIR. From there, we prepared the draft EIR. This takes a while. It's a really thorough review. If you have looked at this document, it is hundreds of pages. It's very long and very extensive. This notice is sent to the state as well as a notice of availability to the community at the same time. And we circulate this notice of availability to review the draft EIR and make comments. We had circulated to the community for 53 days, which is a little bit longer than a normal review period. And the draft EIR notification goes to our stakeholders, our tribal nations, anybody that we have a previous comment for, and residents as well. And the draft, once the draft EIR process is winding down, then we move into our final EIR process. This is a lot. It's a lot to do. It's a really big undertaking for the city as well as our residents to be involved with this, and we appreciate all the comments. So the public comments received from the draft EIR are then responded to, and they are made part of this final EIR. And then in conformance, of course, with CEQA, the final EIR provides objective information regarding the potential environmental impacts of a project. And similar to the final EIR, it also identifies a number of potentially significant effects that will be reduced to levels of insignificance by adopting mitigation. When you look through the document, you can see that a lot of potential impacts stem from potential impacts related to construction that can be mitigated as part of the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And that document also provides fantastic information on exactly how we will implement those mitigation measures to ensure that the project is not having a significant impact on the environment. Additionally, the EIR process requires preparation of project objectives, which is essentially what is our objectives as a city to open this park to the community. That's and then the alternatives to that, the community-based master plan. And they need to be reasonable alternatives that look at what could we do instead of this plan. The alternatives to this are looked at are the no project alternative. So what if we did nothing and walked away? What would be there? What if we reverted the land that we don't have under conservation easement back to the general plan alternative for housing? What would that look like? What would a more active use master plan alternative look like? Because we know we have heard from the community members about we would like more active use. Alternative that looks at artificial turf fields, and the neighborhood master plan alternative that was previously presented at the one of our last major public meetings. And it also took the 2010 concept plan as an alternative and looked at all of those. What we know about the review process, and I'll do my best to summarize, is that in looking at how do those alternatives meet the objectives, we noticed that the alternatives reduce some of the already very less than significant impacts of the project, but would not fully meet the project objectives, and would also reduce the variety of park amenities provided on the site. Some of the objectives would, well, actually all of the objectives do look at partially increasing impacts to the site in one way or another as well. So we are looking at presenting, again, the master plan that was presented to you before as the recommendation that is not only the most environmentally friendly, but also meets the project objectives very well, because it takes into consideration a wide variety of comments we've heard from the community. So what is the final environmental impact report? The final environmental impact report is comprised of the draft EIR, responses to comments received, and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. The final EIR concludes that project impacts will be mitigated to less than significant levels through implementation of mitigation measures or through compliance with existing municipal codes or city standards, especially related to construction activities. If the council chooses to approve tonight, then the staff will file a notice of determination with the county clerk and state clearinghouse to notify the state and the county clerk that we are filing a notice determining that we're approving this final EIR. And so I want to take some time to go through our master plan again. I know some of you have seen this many times, but I wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to walk through it again, because it's been a couple years since we last walked through it. And I will kind of start in the upper left-hand corner. You can see on the very top area, that is an area that is to be left pretty much as is. There's also the option of grassland restoration up there, and we are looking forward to the future working collaboratively with nonprofits for restoring that site. You can also see some tan lines running through there. Those are representing future trails through the site. You can see them all over the site. You can definitely see the trail that is connecting the McMinn Avenue over to Burbank Avenue, and if you drift down, you can see that there is a crosswalk to the left there shown connecting to Rosen Creek Elementary. We're really, really anxious to move forward with that project. This is a safe route to school. Right now we have students running across the street or taking long routes all the way around this park to get to the school. So having the crosswalk down here a little bit also allows students who are using this pathway to only cross vehicles once. So they will cross vehicles with the flashing lights, et cetera, in the crosswalk at that one time, but once they're in the school, they don't have to cross a parking lot or anything else at that time. So it's going to be a much safer route to school, and we're looking forward to implementing that project. Moving down a little bit farther in the plan, you can see a lot of green squishy shapes. Those are existing trees. There is an existing oak woodland here, which is fantastic, and we intend to preserve that as is. If there's any restoration work that needs to be done, if there is any groups out there interested, we are definitely looking forward to working with them on that. You can see up there, there's a couple little orange dots, and those are meant to be, potential locations for future educational interpretive signage. Obviously, we will be working with our internal groups as well as our citizens group to find the best location and what things are important to identify for park visitors, such as the preservation of the oaks, grasslands, and the creek area. And then moving a little bit farther down on the left, you can see a gray area with a white box and some gray and some tan areas next to it. That area is designated as the future nature center. And a gravel parking lot with areas for permanent paving where we need it for ADA compliance and to meet our construction code. And we have kind of a trailhead, so that's a really good place, we think, if folks would like to come and walk and loop through the park to see the surroundings and participate in recreation activities. That's a good place to do it. And then moving a little bit farther down, I'll kind of stay on the left, but I will look at the creek now. There's a lot of comments about you're not looking at the creek, you're not preserving the creek. And actually, we are working with our partners, our internal partners in the water department, and can't wait till we can jump into this creek and restore it. There is already a separate master plan for restoring this creek as part of our citywide creek master plan. And we reference that and we celebrate and are happy to have this creek restored. Previous ownership in this area, somehow there was some paving that got put into the creek before the city acquired this land, and we are looking forward to taking that out and restoring this creek as needed. If there needs to be bends or anything in the creek, those are things that we can amend in the future, and we'll be working closely with our water department in the future to restore that creek and to work with that team. But they are set on separate paths. The master plan it really needs to be approved. It's very difficult to do this, the creek restoration without the master plan completed. It's part of the process that needs to go to finalize the conservation easements with the ag and open space districts. There's a lot of layers involved, and the first step is approval of the master plan and environmental documents. We show a pedestrian bridge that will clear span the creek there, so we're not disturbing the creek area, and it is for pedestrians only. Moving down into the southern part of the park, you can see, I'll just identify the graphic that looks like a snake. It's got striped lines, yellow and tan. That is meant to be a multi-purpose trail where you have bicycles and pedestrians. And this does match with our bicycle and pedestrian master plan as well. I'll just kind of jump over. You can see how it goes all the way up to McMinn Avenue as a location for exiting the park, and then just before the creek on the right side, there's a little spur. There was community request that we include this in the master plan because there's a desire to have a bicycle path that rolls through the Sonoma County Water Agency's land, which is just off of this map. And it is a very tight space. We, of course, as the agency, city would be willing to work, happy to work with the Sonoma County water agencies, but it's very tight, and we're concerned that there'll be impacts to the creek if we try to put that trail in there. But we are showing it, should the Sonoma County Water Agency wish to improve their portion, we can connect to it in there. And so moving back down to our lower left, you'll see kind of a gray area and then another little white box. That is the parking lot as well, another gravel parking lot with paved areas where we need it for ADA compliance. We also show a sports court. It's hard to see because it's just a label, but we're essentially taking a portion of that parking lot where we need turnarounds for fire trucks and using that as potential for a half sport court of some time. Right now, the community feedback is basketball, but sports are evolving. It could be something else in the future. So we want to be generic about calling it out as a sports area. And we know from our teenagers that there is great desire to have something like that in this plan. There's also the white box is kind of a restroom area. That could be an actual restroom building, or it could be portables with enclosures. When we are at that point, we'll make those decisions, what's most economical and best for the community at that time. But we show it as a full restroom, and that's our hope, to have a regular restroom there. Moving up from there would be a little bit of a playground area. And we envision this playground to be a mix between some traditional elements as well as natural elements. It really creates a fantastic space and spars the imagination of children when they have both kind of traditional play areas that are built with standards for children, as well as rocks and boulders and plants. It's fun to get into all that stuff as well, and get into the mud and things like that. So that's what we envision right there. Moving off to the right is a lawn area, and it would be a little bit bigger than the lawn area that's at Bear Park. So if you've ever been to Bear Park, it's not a huge lawn. This is not a lawn that could support any sort of sports activities. But yoga, frisbee throwing, picnicking with a blanket, all those things are envisioned there. And moving off to the right, you can see the purple area. We're excited to find that we have purple needle grass growing here, and so we plan to protect that with split rail fence around that area. And there's also an option for some picnicking nearby and some interpretation of why this area is important and why it's not developed. And then, of course, moving back up, you can see looping trails going all the way back up on the right side. And just north of the creek, there's kind of a egg-shaped green area. That area was preferred by the community to have either be a community garden, which is highly desirable in this part of town, or an outdoor classroom. And then just to the left of that, it's very loosely labeled as a picnic area. And so this is not meant to be giant group picnic areas. These are meant to be sporadic picnic areas so that it's more of a natural, passive environment. And of course, that takes us back up to the right, ending our trail there. Some of the things we clarified through Councilmember Alvarez's listening sessions can be found in the notes. Master plans are these documents that they're a snapshot in time. And so it's hard to capture like trash cans and little things. And so we really want to make sure that we have captured and listened to the community. So the note number 1 clarifies that hydration stations and site furnishings will of course be located on site. They're way too small to show in a graphic, but of course those are things that we would like to see in our master plan. Note number 2 clarifies that picnic areas are to be clustered, some in wood chips or natural areas and others on concrete or some other stabilized surface for ADA compliance. And then note number 3 clarifies that the paving should be permeable as the first choice, except where required for extra stability and is needed for compliance with building codes related to the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA. Note number 4 clarifies the parking would be installed in phases, with phase 1 for just that emergency vehicle access, ADA spaces, and then phase 2 would be addition for regular parking to support any improvements that the city is placing. And then the final phase would complete out all of the parking when we get to that point where all of the amenities have been included in the park. Note number 5 clarifies that we will have vehicular gates as we do at some of our other larger parks. And those will be closed and locked at night when the park is closed. Note number 6 clarifies that all the interpretive signage that you see, though you can see those orange dots, will be trilingual. So we recognize we have a variety of communities down there, and we're really excited to provide that information or historical information in 3 different types of languages. Note number 7 clarifies a very important aspect of the master plan, that it represents the partnership of ideas of a variety of community groups in Roseland. We recognize when we do a lot of our master plans that not everybody in the community agrees with each other, but we try to really find that common ground. We have left the majority of this park completely natural. Over 80% of it is as is or restored with future partners that we're looking forward to working with. Again, the Creek Master Plan is outside of the proposal tonight, but it is already approved, an approved master plan that we work on with the Water Department in the future. And again, these master plans are kind of a snapshot in time. They can be amended to make sure that we are always thinking about the community and what the community would want. And with that, if you permit me, I just wanted to have some fun pictures in here. We are the Department of Fun, and this is what we mean when we think of a playground that incorporates both natural elements as well as built-in elements. Both a variety of these types of playgrounds. You can see it surrounded by trees and stuff. These are beautiful areas, and they really do encourage fantastic play areas. And so with that, it is a recommendation by the Recreation and Parks Department that the council, by resolution 1, certify the final environmental impact report, 2, approve the Roseland Creek Community Park Master Plan, and 3, adopt the related CEQA findings of fact and mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And of course, myself and our consultants are here if there are any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Councilmember Alvarez.
One question. On page number 8, Roseland Creek Community Park Tribal Nations, it was stated that the Grain Rancheria requested the following: no themes in regards to the word pomo. Did I hear you correctly?
Sorry about that. Yes. In meeting with the Grain Rancheria, they expressed concern and requested that the Pomo Village documentation be removed from the master plan. They did not want to see that there, although we are, of course, open if that ever changes.
That was my second part.
Yes.
Should you hear that the request changes, that can easily be adapted into the project?
Absolutely.
Well, hopefully we'll hear that soon. I hope so.
Yeah.
And before we continue, really the work amount that staff put into this project and the amount of not so much energy but love into the potential of what this means for Roseland as a whole is commendable. When I was elected to office, this is actually my first project that I took on, and really it just showed me how involved staff has been into bringing Roseland up to par with other parts of the city. So it was great for me to see. It's when I realized you don't have to come in here and kick and scream. They're already kicking and screaming for you. So I do appreciate those efforts.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It was fantastic to have you join and really engage with the community as well. It really pushed the project forward in a great way.
Looking to council to see if there are any additional questions. Seeing none, we will now open the public hearing. Madam City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comment on item 16.2. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment but have not yet provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to provide public comment on item 16.2. You will have 3 minutes, and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium or are called upon via Zoom, and your mic is unmuted, please state your name for the public record if you choose to do so. One moment, please. The first public comment will be from Omar, then Dwayne, then Joe. Omar, please come up.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Omar Lopez. Earlier, I spoke to you on behalf of Generation Housing. At this time, I'm speaking on behalf of myself. As a resident of Roseland for over 10 years, and I live about 5 to 10 minutes away from this park, I want to express my strong support for the Roseland Creek Community Park Master Plan and its attached EIR. The park offers a unique opportunity to balance both active and passive recreation while preserving much of the natural environment that our community cherishes. With the majority of the park remaining undeveloped, families and community members will still have ample access to natural space alongside the added benefits of new amenities. I would like to extend my thanks to Councilmember Alvarez for his extensive community outreach, which has been vital in gathering updated community feedback and ensuring that this plan truly reflects the needs of the community. The proposal before us is largely unchanged from what has been previously approved, and it is clear that significant time and effort has gone into developing this plan since 2009, with support from multiple organizations along the way. Importantly, this plan addresses a critical need by creating a safe, walkable path for students and families who attend Roseland Creek Elementary School, with the crosswalk development enhancing pedestrian safety. Roseland has suffered from a lack of investment for too long, leaving residents without access to adequate recreational facilities. This plan finally begins to address these gaps and meet the needs of our community, both wants and deserves. Moreover, nearby parks are known to be overwhelmed by activity, making it clear that more recreational space is needed. Delaying a decision any further will only hinder the opportunity to preserve and improve the valuable community resource. The EIR thoroughly examined the potential effects of the project and demonstrated that there are no significant unavoidable impacts. Any effects identified in the report, such as construction impacts or environmental disturbances, can be effectively mitigated to less than significant levels. The EIR also emphasized that while alternatives like the no project option might seem environmentally appealing, they fail to meet the community's goals and do little to address the need for additional recreational space. It's important to note that this plan not only meets our recreational goals, but also safeguards the environment through thoughtful planning and mitigation. It's time to move forward with this plan and avoid leadership paralysis through indecision. Let's approve the Roseland Community Master Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Dwayne, followed by Joe, then Alicia. Understood. Joe, then Alicia, then David. Joe, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much, Dwayne. I'm Joe Salinas. I'm a dance group leader for Sonoma County Pomo Dancers. I'm also a tribal member from Kashaya, Stewart's Point. My tribe was not spoke to, and along with that, Cloverdale tribe was not spoke to. We were all both federally recognized tribes of Sonoma County. So those are 2 other tribes that are federally recognized that were not spoke to. But I think speaking to those tribes, they might agree with me that I think it would be beneficial to have a Pomo village within Pomo Park, and I also want to thank the city for even acknowledging and realizing to name a park after the indigenous people of this area. It's finally 2024 and we get something. There's Howard Park, Juilliard Park, Finley Park, all these other parks, none of them named after indigenous people. We even got Russian River named after the Russians. But what about us Pomos? 2024, you guys? Come on, man. There's a lot more parks still to be made, and I hope that our indigenous people are thought of. I see that there's going to be a library that's going to be in Roseland, and I would like to see S.C. Parrish Library put on that. She was one of our tribal leaders. She's also a documented healer and studied at UC Berkeley and also met Robert Kennedy in the 60s at our tribe. But these are people that people don't know about because we don't have no way to educate our community on who we are because our own city don't support us. Or at least I haven't seen it. I haven't felt it. Many years that I ever get called for Earth Day or any other things, but I'm very thankful to see that there is this going on in Roseland finally, and it's better late than never. And I just want to tell the city thank you for finally putting this together. And looking at the plans, I do appreciate the plans of having that restorative nature out there and the oak trees out there for us to still gather, possible willows to make some basket work, and being able to educate our own youth, our own Native people on the native plants that are out there and indigenous plants, and also hopefully transplant some Jellicoe root and elderberry trees in the park. That would be nice to see as well. And I'm a dog owner, so I didn't see anything for a dog park there. I'd like to take my dogs for a walk there, and they may have to go poop, so if we could go to the dog park, that'd be great. And then I'd also like to request, if possible, in those plans, you could look at maybe a talking circle. Where we could do storytelling and talking with our people within the circle and have a fire in the middle of that circle there. We could light that fire and offer prayers after songs to that fire as we sit in that circle and talk and bring our people together spiritually, mentally, physically. And also with that park being named Pomo Park and myself being Sonoma County Pomo Dancers Dance Group leader, I could see myself and our dance group dancing there every year to bring in the acorns, those oak trees that are going to be there at that park. We want to honor those oak trees and thank those oak trees for the acorns they produce and provided for our people in the past. And I think that'd be a great opportunity, a great way to come together and honor that Pomo Park by bringing our tribal people and bringing our dance there every year and honor that park and bring our culture back to the community. So thank you guys again.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Alicia, followed by David, then Virginia. Please go ahead, Alicia.
3 fingers to my. Thank you. Hi, my name is Alicia Ray. I've been a resident of Sonoma County for over 20 years, and I came here concerned about parking and how the natural landscape in this park might be degraded by human activity, and I'm very heartened and supportive of this EIR and this process. And I particularly appreciated hearing Joe Salinas' comments, because how we treat our natural world in 2024 is so vitally important. And everything we as a community can do to hold spaces that are natural and not developed as whole units, so that the animals and the plants and the microorganisms of that space are disturbed as little as possible, is a really important activity of holding nature as the way it needs to work and listening to what the space needs to thrive and what the animals and birds need to thrive. And before my time is up, I heartily add my voice to the suggestions that Joe Salinas made for a talking circle and places where people can congregate and dance in nature and have activities that the Native communities can use, and then bring those of us who are not part of those communities into those spaces and participate. And those activities have power. Those activities create energy that brings humans in connection with nature and with the earth. And so I hold the hope that I, as an individual, can participate in some of these restoration projects and helping native plants be planted and helping spaces be created where we can have places for young people to come together and places for older people to come, as I'm becoming one of them, together with young people to be in a natural space and use it wisely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be David, followed by Virginia, then Seth.
My name is David Harris, and I will disclose that the previous speaker is my spouse. And we live at 355 Denver Circle, but I'm also a member of First United Methodist Church that owns a parcel of 7.5 acres on Stony Point between North Point and Giffen. And so I spent a lot of time in the Southwest. And I have spent a lot of time looking at CEQAs in recent years, but you know, this process has taken a long time. But the comments I'm going to make today, I wouldn't have been able to make in 2019 or 3 years ago even. But now, you know, I'm gray-haired. When I go to DMV now to get my license renewed, I have to read all those old regulations about driving cars, right? But we are on the threshold of a revolution in transportation, you know. Tony Seba has written about transportation as service. Well, okay, we're familiar with Lyft and Uber. That still takes somebody driving the car. But if you go to San Francisco, and I've been watching those Waymo cars, and the last few times I've been there, not a single one of them has a driver. We are headed to driverless cars. And getting past this old California paradigm where everybody owns a car that sits unused 95% of the time. What a dead asset it is to have a car that's not being used. Our future car purchases, now I bought a Chevy Bolt, an electric, and I signed up on the website as last car. It will not be my last car. I'm planning to live another 20 years, and I want a self-driving car. So when I get someplace, I can turn it over to the service that will take it out there, and it'll make money for me, you know, at least 40–50% of the time. And that's where we're headed. So these parking lots, we should plan for the future that's going to be here in not too many years. Stop at phase 1 of the parking. We are not going to need all this parking space. Just think about that we are headed to, okay, I've got a daughter. We've got 3 of us now in the house. I thought we had too many cars with 2. But if we had a self-driving car, our daughter could go off to the JC and send the thing home so my wife could go to work, and then she could send it off to make money. That's where we're headed. And there's going to be, you know, multiple choices, just like we got Uber and Lyft. We need to be preparing. Well, and the city's making progress on its bicycle pedestrian, but that access needs to be moved up in the CEQA process. We need to look at how people get there. We need to change the way we look at transportation. And there's not going to be a bus line there. They're not showing the bike access even, but that's where we're headed, is alternate access.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Virginia, followed by Seth, then Jamie.
My name is Virginia Holt-Steenhoven. I'm a resident of Roseland for 16 years. We moved there because it's had a rural aspect, and the oak trees and the native plants were one of the things. What I did get involved with this Roseland group, and I'd like to point, while we appreciate all the effort that's gone into the EIR and the research, and I'm glad to hear Jen Santos talking about green playgrounds, I would like to remind the city that 6 years ago you received petitions with 250 plus signatures asking for the preservation of the natural aspects of Roseland Creek Community Park, aka the neighborhood. And I don't know how much research any of you have done about climate resilience and the importance of urban nature in climate resilience, and the fact that low-income areas are the ones that suffer the most from lack of clean water, lack of clean air, higher rates of asthma. We have a diesel truck parking area on Sebastopol Road, and every day those diesel trucks come and go past Roseland School, and those kids and the teachers and everybody around is exposed to diesel fumes. The more urban green area we have, the less asthma there's going to be, the cleaner the water is going to be. And we've never asked for the park to be left in its natural, in its state as it is now. It badly needs restoration. There are plenty of groups like California Native Plant Society, the Xerces Society, and others that are willing to step in now to your Adopt the Parks program and help with restoration, because just leaving it as is not enough. There are, from what I understand, and I've worked in the disability field for some years, There are ADA compliant, permeable parking services and pathway services, and I think that's something that needs to be explored. I'm glad to hear there's more consideration of the restoration of the creek, because restoration of all three critical ecosystems is important to everybody's health, not just a few people. And I'm delighted to hear that people are more interested in involving our Native American community, because they have so much to offer. If we have multicultural, eco-cultural tending of this park from the community, there'll be a lot of good things that come out of it. And we have 7 schools within walking distance of that park, which means no bus fees, no van fees for outdoor education programs. And we've talked to the schools. We did presentations to all those schools, and they were enthusiastic. One school, Roseland University Prep, had 2 teachers start using the park for teaching. And those kids sent 30
Thank you. The next speaker
letters.
will be Seth, followed
Thank
by
you.
Jamie.
Yes.
Can we remind everyone that we have both an Eastern and a Western lectern? So if we can use both of them, that would be great. So if you're able, you can go there now, but if someone's after you, if they can be ready to go at the next one, that would be great.
Thank you, Seth. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Seth Tippy, and I bought my house on Hughes because of this park. It is beautiful, and I appreciate that it exists. I appreciate all the work that has gone into this plan that tries to keep it as close to what it is now as possible. I recognize the need for restoration. I recognize the need for potentially more access for more people, but I also want to stress that it's important to keep what few locations there are in Santa Rosa that are natural the way that they are. Turning this into another park that has a sports field or court like all of the other parks seems like we're missing an opportunity to keep this place beautiful and natural, and people can enjoy it the way that it is, and we don't need to do too much to make it a place for everybody to be able to use effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jamie.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me? Good evening, council members. Roseland Creek Park, known to many as Neighborwood, is a sanctuary that the community has long worked to restore and preserve. The city's current plan seems to threaten this valuable ecosystem, but it doesn't have to be this way. The community has a well thought out, environmentally superior alternative plan focusing on restoration, conservation, and education. We envision a veterans trail, grove, and healing garden, spaces where those who served can walk in peace and reflection. It is my understanding that the Pomo people propose designating the land south of the creek as a park and the north as a preserve, and renaming the park to Pomo Park and Preserve. This plan honors both the land and the people who rely on it for healing and connection to nature. In other words of Joni Mitchell, they have paved paradise to put up a parking lot. But we urge you not to let that happen here. This park is more than just land. It is a place for rewilding nature and re-nurturing naturing culture, a place where restoration of the land and restoration of the spirit go hand in hand. The meadows, the oak, woodlands, and creek are integral to the well-being of the community. As Wendell Berry said, the earth is what we all have in common. Please listen to the voices of veterans, families, and neighbors who want to see this space preserved for future generations. And lastly, I'm a transplant to this county. I come from another California county, which I won't name, but it preserved its natural environment within the city, and it didn't use parking lots. It used street parking for even ADA parking. So I know it can be done, and it's been done here in California, and I hope you reconsider.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Dwayne.
Dwayne, can you allow Madam City Clerk to facilitate public comment, please? So if you're gonna not go when she calls on you, then don't go. But please allow her to facilitate public comment. It just allows us to go in a more smoother process. Madam Mayor said it. Sorry, Ms. Diaz.
Please go ahead.
All right. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. Please do not certify the CIR. Wait for the full council. Table the matter. We are united in this. The report is inadequate. Numerous inadequacies make the document actionable and subject to legal challenge. An environmentally superior alternative has been proposed, which is feasible. You should not reject this unless it is infeasible. This is actionable. Your plan has inadequate efforts for the creek protection, restoration, and revitalization of the riparian corridor. You must deal with all cumulative impacts from your proposed road building and parking lot construction projects. You may not separate the creek out from the entire project. You may not do the report piecemeal or return later to do more development. It must be done all in the first Master Environmental Impact Report. Table this matter until the secret negotiations by Santa Rosa staff and Sonoma County Open Space District about the conservation easement are made public. The public who are paying for this entire project have to be fully informed of what public will receive in the easement, protecting nature or destroying it. Also, parking lots and restrooms are not needed if the designation of the project is changed to name it Pomo Park and Preserve. The Pomo Park neighborhood park of 8.5 acres would not need more than on-street parking. A nature preserve does not require parking besides on-street. With cars in mind, the traffic report is inadequate, as well as the greenhouse gas effects report is inadequate. The report states on page 2, staff report, 4th paragraph, limits on permeable surfaces. It should rather limit non-permeable surfaces. Help the creek and underground aquifer by replenishing with rains by having permeable surfaces. Stormwater pollution of the creek must be limited, and this report is inadequate regarding pollution of the creek. This is actionable. Page 9 of report, the core objectives is to provide non-permeable paths. Many European countries provide unpaved bicycle paths in all towns and cities. They use compressed crushed granite for small gravel. The paths are less expensive than paving. This is done at Bear Farm. For over 100 years, vehicles have accessed these Roseland properties without a need for paving anywhere for cars. The concrete on site now at 1370 Burbank Avenue can serve for ADA platforms. The environmentally superior alternative is feasible and should be chosen for this plan, and it is actionable if it is not chosen. So, last but not least, it's been nice to talk with you again, and I always try to have the ladies go first. It's just a polite old person's kind of thing.
Thank you. If there are any additional speakers wishing to provide public comment in the chamber, please make your way to the podiums now. Speaker, please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name's Anna Diaz, and I am a trustee-elect for the Roseland School District, but today I am just Anna Diaz from Roseland. So when we were going through this master plan, and thank you city staff for putting the slides all together, and I do want to give a special shout out to Councilmember Alvarez for advocating for these listening sessions, because it is very important that you guys are hearing from our community that actually lives in the area. Also, I do want to point out that when we were going through this Hearn Hub project, the swimming pool was removed, and it was promised that somehow in the nearby future that we would be installing it sometime, who knows when, but hopefully it's not going to take another 20 years, because I do want to acknowledge that the local YMCA does provide swimming lessons for a lot of our Hispanic children that live in Roseland. So, I mean, this is necessary for children to learn how to swim, and it would be perfect to be placed in front of Southwest Park, where we just experienced a fire not even a couple weeks ago. Also, I had the pleasure of meeting our new Director of Recreation and Parks, Mr. Watson. I expressed concern for the crosswalk across the street from my school district, so thank you for listening to my advocacy for it. It's important that we get this done, because I don't want another situation of a child crossing the street and somebody on their phone and accidentally hitting a children from the neighborhood park from Roseland Creek. That would be horrible. And then what, to have a crosswalk named after the child? I don't think so. Also, when we talk about community outreach, if city staff can note in the future, please, instead of going Mitote Food Park, which, I mean, it's just there to give food to several people in Sonoma County, not just Roseland neighborhood folks, but do presentations at my local schools. As mentioned, there's 7 schools in my district, so it'd be nice for you guys to do future outreaches to my schools, since they are parents that do house a lot of our children as it is already for the district and the area. I do also want to give a piece of advice to go to Sunset Avenue. There's a lot of people that live on Sunset Avenue if you want to do community outreach. Another thing that I do want to mention is that if this city council could please approve this project. I know that parking is a big issue that I'm hearing today. However, it's hard for somebody that lives across town to even be able to commute just to enjoy this beautiful park. And please keep the cactus nearby the creek. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, on the East Lectern.
Good evening, thank you. My name's Madonna Feather Cruz, and I'm an enrolled tribal member. I'm Pomo. And I'm so glad to be able to be here tonight and to see this presentation specifically, but then also I'm just so proud to see the slide that was listed, Roseland Creek Community Park Listening Sessions, BOCS, February 11th, 24th, March 1st, 2 on March 17th, March 22nd, April 9th, and July 21st. For Councilmember Alvarez to do that outreach, that is something that I love seeing. So Eddie Alvarez, thank you so much. I know that must have taken so much of your time, your energy, following up and just gathering community. So thank you so much for that. As a Pomo, you know, I would love to see the park named Pomo. And in May, when I was here with my Pomo community and we received the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Proclamation, I've had group meetings with people that were here that day. I've had one-on-one meetings with people that were here that day to support that proclamation, and I've had meetings one-on-one with non-Native people who support the Pomo Park name. So I just want to say thank you again for that proclamation to my people, but also Eddie tonight, thank you so much for that slide. I was not aware of that slide, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chamber wishing to provide public comment on this item? Seeing no one approach the podium, I will turn it over to our Zoom host, where we have 2 hands raised for public comments.
Thank you. First up will be Richard, followed by Jorge. I will allow you permissions to talk when it's your turn. Richard, please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, this is Richard Drury. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Richard Drury. I'm with the law firm Rosa Drury, and I'm representing Roseland Action. I'd like to focus on the neighborhood alternative and urge the city to adopt the neighborhood alternative, which is analyzed in the draft and final environmental impact report. The neighborhood alternative is actually quite similar to the alternative that has been proposed here. It has the same trail network. The differences are it has 3 wetland restoration areas and a single parking area rather than 2. And as it's been mentioned by some of the speakers, 2 parking lots is an awful lot for a small community park, and it's really not necessary here. It creates impermeable surfaces, it creates environmental impacts that are simply not necessary, particularly as fewer and fewer people are driving. They're taking electric bikes, they're biking, they're walking. There are 7 schools nearby. They're taking Lyft or Uber. So 2 full parking lots for a park of this size is really quite stunning. Now, the draft environmental impact report at page 171 admits that the neighborhood alternative is environmentally superior to the alternative that's been selected here. However, the EIR rejects the neighborhood because it says that it fails to meet all of the project objectives. The only reason that that's rejected, though, is because it has less parking. Now, CEQA requires the adoption of a feasible alternative so long as it meets most project objectives and results in less significant impacts. This alternative, the neighborhood, does in fact meet most of the project objectives. The only thing that it falls short on is parking, which I actually don't think is even a shortcoming. It may actually be a strong suit of the alternative. CEQA requires the adoption of feasible alternatives that meet most of the project objectives but result in fewer significant impacts. The neighborhood does that. The draft EIR admits that it is environmentally superior and that it meets most of the project objectives. Therefore, as a legal matter, the city really is required under CEQA to adopt the environmentally superior, admittedly environmentally superior neighborhood alternative. I want to emphasize this is a very environmentally sensitive parcel of land. It is critical habitat for California tiger salamander. The EIR admits that there are 5 special bird status species on the site, including the Allen's hummingbird and the Natal's woodpecker, which are both listed as birds of conservation concern. So minimizing the parking, the impermeable surfaces is really something that the city ought to be doing here. The neighborhood alternative does that, and we urge the city council to adopt that alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Jorge. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. Hi all, my name is Jorge Inocencio. I just wanted to offer a little bit of public comment today regarding this this park, which is near and dear to my heart. I think I first attended a meeting regarding this park way back in 2019 at a community meeting that was held at Lawrence Cook Middle School. And I just remember having a huge outpouring of community support, but also noticing how the communities have changed over time. Right, I think when this was first proposed, Burbank Avenue was quite rural. Southwest Santa Rosa had not seen all the new construction and builds that have occurred. But since then, Southwest Santa Rosa really has changed. And to see that, look no further than Southwest Community Park. If you go there during the weekend, you'll see self-organized tournaments on the basketball court. You'll see the baseball court being used. Sometimes volleyball is played there. The park is fully at capacity almost every weekend. And it's a beautiful thing to see, right? Because it shows that there's need for it. But if you also look at the parking there, there's really it gets overflowed with cars because Southwest Community Park is too small. And so what I see in this draft environmental impact report is a really good compromise between the needs of the residents who've been there for quite some time and who want to see it kept as a nature preserve, but also balancing it with what the new residents and what the new people in Southwest Santa Rosa need, right? And that is clearly access to more community and recreational space. I mean, when we first saw this, it had a lot of sports courts, it had a lot of things like that. And even as it is now, I think it's a compromise, but I would really love to see more parking, more facilities for children to use, for families to use, have little cookouts. It's just a really nice place to use for the community to use. So I'm going to conclude with this. You know, we've seen this project be delayed and delayed, and I'm really happy that staff is moving this forward. It's a good compromise, and I don't want to see any more delays. I think really we shouldn't let the needs of the few and vocal overpower an overwhelming amount of community feedback, because this is really what Southwest Santa Rosa needs: more parks, more access to recreational spaces, and just in general, I think this is a fantastic plan, and we should move forward with it and adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you. I am seeing no additional hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you. We will now close the public hearing, bringing it back to council for any final comments. And seeing none, I'll hand it over to Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In short, the people of Rosa have paid enough. When we talk about we need to pay more, or we need to pay more for more studies, we've waited enough for this open space. And I hear the request of restoration. I hear the request of protecting the beauty that is that park. That is a gem. That is our gem. When we started the outreach for this project, one of the things that I mentioned to Jen was, what are the residents going to want out of this park in 100 years? Not what we want just right now. So what we came up with was every possibility that we could put into the secret report, because it costs the city so much effort and resources. I do not want to see a basketball court, a soccer field, a football field. I do not want to see all the lights and whistles. I don't want to see it. But I'm not going to stop the future Santa Rosan from taking that park and making it what they want to see. And I respect the gentleman's comment about the cars, that we don't, maybe later on we go back to horses. We don't know. Maybe there'll be flying scooters that we could show up to the park with. But what we need right now is a minimal amount of parking spaces that will grow along the community, with the community. And if the community moves on to other forms of travel, then so be it. We will never see the need for other parking. But what I do not want to see is a Santa Rosan who wants to enjoy this gem but can't. Because we, 50 years earlier, didn't think about them. So when I think about restoration, a septic tank is not acceptable. Tires, concrete in the creek is not acceptable. Leach lines, it's not going to happen. We right now are taking care of those issues so the future Santa Rosan doesn't have to. This is what's before us today. Thinking about open space for our community so they can enjoy it now. Whatever they want to do tomorrow, I wish that Santa Rosan the best. I won't even be here anymore, but I thought about them.
Vice Mayor Stapp.
That's a tough act to follow. I just wanted to pick up and broaden that comment briefly by actually Councilmember Alvarez's earlier comment about thanks to staff for the work that they did in this project. The fact that we've got Roseland Creek, the fact that we've got the Kiwanis Springs Community Park and Garden coming online, the fact that we have the MLK Park renovation going on, the fact that we have Southeast Greenway in the works. There are some really exciting parks and open space projects in the city right now that are going to be great, to Councilmember Alvarez's point, for the next 50 years and beyond. So thank you very much to staff.
Councilmember Alvarez, I know you dropped the mic, but I'm going to ask you to pick it back up.
No mics ever dropped.
So that you can give us a motion.
It's just thinking about the future, which I hope we all do, and I believe all of us on council do, which I'm really proud of. But I do want to present a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa certifying the final environmental impact report, approving the Roseland Creek Community Park Master Plan project, and adopting the related CEQA findings of fact and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Alvarez and a second by Vice Mayor Stapp. And with that, Madam City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers is absent. Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald has recused. Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 4 affirmative votes, with Councilmembers Fleming and Chris Rogers absent and Councilmember McDonald recusing.
Thank you, and thank you again to our staff for their hard work and being diligent and not giving up. Thank you. Moving on to item 17, we have no written communications for tonight, but we will go ahead and go to item 18, which will be our final time for public comment on non-agenda matters. Madam City Clerk.
We are now taking public comments on item 18, non-agenda matters. This is the time when any person who has not previously addressed council on non-agenda matters may do so. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment but have not yet provided a speaker card, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom and you have not yet spoke on non-agenda matters, now is the time to raise your hand. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. Mayor, it is hard to tell, but it looks like all the activity near the podium
Yes,
is...
sir, we see you. Sorry, Dina.
Sorry, sir.
You may speak, thank you.
David Harris, I spoke previously on another matter, but being here is reminding me that the method by which the 3-month sewer cap is calculated, I think, needs review. You know, it says your average between November and March, but that means there's 4 months in there, and so sometimes it can be calculated to your disadvantage. And I'm going to write something to the Board of Public Utilities on really getting that more carefully looked at, because I've seen my utility bill go from 108 to 156 just because of the, you know, it would change depending on how that sewer cap is calculated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I see no one else approaching the podiums for public comment, and I do not see any hands being raised via Zoom.
Thank you. And with that, I would like to adjourn the meeting with us being aware that September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. So I wanted to make us aware. And thank you very much. You all have a great evening.